Okay. Let's start here. Alright, let's get this party started. Yeah. Welcome to the live stream. This is a great time to mention that if you think you might enjoy my content, feel free to leave a like, comment, subscribe. Helps me, helps the channel. If you're joining me live, that's great. It means you can go ahead, say something in chat, say hi. That's what the chat's there for, allows you to interact with me. First person, technically. Allows me to interact with you. You can tell me ideas and talk about all kinds of different things with me. Today, we are so we're wanting to first discuss the machine that I had built here. In the previous episode, as you can see, I'm up to 92 computers. I ended up running a little short on resources, specifically ingredient circuit boards, I think it was. Not sure. Where are my circuit boards stored? Let's see. Oh, the circuit board resource. The circuit board resource. We've also got a few crystal oscillators. Not many, but a few. Here we are. Circuit. Oh, we do have enough circuit. Okay. I thought we didn't have enough. Okay, this might work then. We might be able to get expanded power infrastructure. Which, if we can get that, we're pretty well established. established. Mm, This one? No. This one? This one. Slide jump. Lots of extra speed here. It's, limited recording time. I'm limited to 6 hours per recording session due to the due to how the platform functions. YouTube itself specifically is kind of limited in what they are willing to accomplish. Theoretically, they can get audio, they can get audio. Theoretically, they just don't. If you go beyond 6 hours. And when I say that, I mean specifically that they don't edit the audio to prevent copyright claims. They just kind of let the copyright claims happen. When they do that, it means that in order for me to counteract any copyright claims, I would need to download the video myself and then make the video into its proper settings. That out. That. Okay. Well, that's going to process. Meanwhile, okay. First thing we need to do is actually figure out how many laps are we going to need, because we're going to need to reach this second floor at some point, meaning we're going to need to climb up to the second floor at some point, meaning I need to know how many ladders I need just to reach the second floor. Just to reach the second platform. So don't fall for this. Meaning we need 3 ladders. Meaning we're going to need there we go. Come up these 3 ladders. I know exactly where to place that. I'm going to go with the transit hub all the way over here in the northern section. What we want to do is ladder just going all the way up. And foundations, because we're going to need to climb on top of these foundations. And this is for if the power ever fails, we can just climb up. Otherwise, we will most likely use the hypertubes over there to bring ourselves up to the second platform here. Second floor, as they call it. I think the real question is, do we want to build this one more layer, or do we want half? Well, I'm not really sure. Maybe 24 industrial storage containers of each item, with a lot of industrial storage containers. Not fluid buffers. Fluid buffers, not as much, because I don't think fluid buffers. I think it is a little bit power in comparison to where I am. It's going to go a little weird, but I'm basically just looking for where the top of the Peter Tower is. Can't even see it. Oh. The lookout tower, we are definitely above the lookout tower. Lookout tower seems to be about 6 tall, so we're like twice as tall as the lookout tower right now. Which means these radar towers are huge. They're gargantuan. Plastic. That's he is now using encased industrial beams as well as plastic. However, instead of 20 meters, it can up 50 meters, which is definitely going to upgrade our coal power plants way over there somewhere. Way over there somewhere, about like, let me see. Can I see that on the map? Okay, so that's 1,000, meaning that's about yeah, about 4,500 meters in that direction. is our coal power. As far as this goes, though, I think I will build extra 3 layers of foundation. And the reason why is just to make sure that I'm well equipped to handle anything that I might need to handle. Okay. I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. I meant to climb down the ladder, not just leap off the platform. Not the platform was done. This way. That's this. This. All of that. And all of that.
Milestone reached. The fuel generator will match power generation to the increased consumption of recently acquired technologies and buildings. Additionally, improved conveyor belts and lifts can now be constructed. Caterium scanning unlocked.
I want to grab this because this will transport the electrical signal. Let's see what the deuterium is. There's one deuterium, there's another deuterium. Oh, all the way up there. Okay. Copper, limestone, coal over there. I'm not entirely sure what's over there. But apparently, this one there is limestone, iron, copper nearby. Oh, there's more. Okay. No, that's deuterium and limestone. Let's separate the colors. That's going to be the color of deuterium. That's the color of limestone. That's fine. We're going to need more computers. We're going to need some heavy modular frames. Don't have currently. I don't think they've even automated that yet. This is my little store container. Yeah. Anytime I get a little bit of excess anything, I just put it in there. Now, over to the transit hub once more. Getting a consistent 50 frames per second. It's weird because This is supposed to be going up to 60. There we go. Now we're up to 60. What I want. Remediation is easier to build this like going downwards, but I guess in the newest update it's not really much of an issue because, well, you just build it and it's fine in the newest update. just build and live. Weird. Build something. It's make sure that all of this is built. Nice inspection of building. It's supposed to be this will also allow me actually to transport power between floors. I can actually just use this. This will allow me to very easily disconnect only segments that I might need to disconnect without needing to worry about things like, is it actually disconnected, or did I just manage to make it look disconnected, but it might be connected somewhere else? This will allow me to very easily go through, make sure that everything is built properly, and just go right here. It looks very nice, but it doesn't need much yet. Just built it as well. I haven't even given it power yet. I haven't given it any power. It's just a tower I can stand on top of to look over my entire vastness of my base here. I can look over the entirety of the first floor. For what it's worth. I didn't really want to land on my tube. The tube is more reachable than the platform I'm aiming for. Let's break this limestone. This is copper. Quartz I shall let stay there for now, because I don't know what I would want the quartz for yet. I could turn it into processed quartz, but I might also need silica. I do have a lot of silica, but I don't know how much I'm going to need once I start using it. Reinforced iron plate. So right over here. That. Copper wire. I knew there was going to be something else. Check. Going for constructor set to. Oh, I guess we don't want a constructor. We want smelter first of all. Set copper. And then we want these power shards. Power shard this entire thing. Maximum production. We're going to want. What is it that we use to process the limestone? Is it? I thought it was a constructor. Is it not a constructor? Oh, there it is. Concrete. Yeah, it was a constructor. Okay. Yeah, we've got constructor, we've got a smelter. Okay, the smelter. These, because we're not going to give them any inputs or outputs or anything. We're just going to build them and then just let them work, let them run, because we just need the material processed. Let's see, we've got concrete production. That production. That ingot production. That copper ingot production. That copper ingots. Now they just need power. Fortunately, we got all of these sections where they can connect. Because we planned for this type of scenario. Now these are all working at maximum efficiency to process all of this material as fast as it possibly can. This won't take too long. The limestone's probably going to take the most amount of time to process. These two are done. This one's done now. Now, could have swore it said, what was it? The fuel generator will match power generation to the increased consumption of recently acquired technologies and buildings. Well, okay, so it's just like the biomass burner. You know, resource consumption will automatically be lowered to meet power needs. Wrong. Always generates at set clock speed, shuts down if fuel requirements are not met. So it was either wrong or it lied. One or the other. Let's go back to production. Got Mark IV conveyors. He's using cased industrial beams. That's an oof. And if you're wondering which version of the game I'm on, the experimental version of this game requires an artificial intelligence limiter to build a lights control panel, as opposed to quartz. The thing is, the most common actual thing that is used in like real life lights, as well as their control panels, is quartz. So the developers clearly didn't know what they were talking about when they were thinking of including an artificial intelligence just for the sole purpose of controlling the lights. Also, they got rid of color cartridges as far as how useful the color cartridge actually is or will be. They removed all the usefulness from the item, and eventually you're probably going to make it so that you can just color everything for free, whatever color you want it, you know, just like Space Engineers. At which point, why wouldn't I just play Space Engineers? It's cheaper than this game. Something to think about, developers. Stepping into contested territory with that. I'm going to set up a few different things because I don't really know what I need at the moment. I just know what I've got access to. Seems like some other than that, I don't actually need cabling. Okay. that works. Okay. Here. Where'd you go? There you are. Like this time. Wow. Yeah, that's kind of handy. Anyways, the building goes well. Building is going well. Trying to figure out what I want copper ingots for. I've got a bunch of copper ingots. I just don't know what I need them for. I can turn them into cable, but honestly, the only thing I use cable for is power. I don't really know what else cable gets used with. Ah, it's going up one. I need a lot of them. I need to elevate pretty much this entire place by 3 wall segments. Gotta raise the roof as it is. As they say. So let's do that. This is everything. It's not too bad. Now I'm going to need all of this. Probably these as well. Right? I'm looking at it all. And I guess I want to start with. I want to start with this was my newest segment. If that's what he wants to do. Sure that I can access this from different angles. Oh, I'm actually going to use this entire thing on my board, and I collect. Whoops. That's gonna hurt. Yep. Fortunately, we were inside the base the entire time. Meaning, it's very easy to retrieve our items. As a matter of fact, they're actually going to be probably right next to where we just came. Right next to where we put this hypertube. Right? But sort of inventory. We're good. We are exactly back to where we were just not even 3 minutes ago. Now, we reclaimed our materials so quickly, we didn't even get an auto save in between us dropping our items and us picking up our items. That's how quick we were on retrieving our items. Is we didn't even get an auto save in that time frame because it just happened so quickly and was fixed so quickly that there's no time for it to, auto save. This window. Well, that's unfortunate. Once again, inside our base, so we can just right over to our items and pick up stuff. This is why I really don't like the way that they set it up, building all of this, is because you really can't build this type of stuff properly if you're building downwards. Now, I'm surprised they lasted an entire year before they actually added the ability to even build 10 at a time. It's that ridiculous where it's like, you expect me to only build 10 at a time? Bro, my base is a 104 by 104. I don't know what he's pouty about. Didn't really have anything pouty about. Why you're saying Osmole seems pouty? I think you're just metagaming the ever-loving shit out of everything that you're doing with Osmole personally. Not playing your character, you're playing what you know. That's why I've been keeping information from you, such as what's going to happen when you leave town, or such as what are the Drow's actual plans. You know, this is why I haven't told you anything about the person that they're taking you to, because Ogmul doesn't know anything about the person they're taking Ogmul to. Like, I don't think you realize how heavily you are metagaming. Just do what your character would do, not what you would do. Do what your character would do. What would Merchant Prince Ogmul do? How would he handle this situation? Because remember, your character is supposed to be a merchant prince, as opposed to merchant noble, which would be your family, or prince, which kind of different. It's like Paris Hilton. Yes, Paris Hilton is of the Hilton family fortune, but that doesn't mean she's rich. A lot of people forgot that about Paris Hilton. It's like, she's not rich. You know, the whole reason she started the television show, the reality show where she was traveling across the country, is because her parents cut off her funding. They cut off Paris Hilton's trust fund, and then Paris Hilton was like, okay, so I'll just start a show with what limited funding I do have. They were like, okay, we'll support that. Well, you need a camera crew. We can pay for a camera crew, you know. And so they paid for the camera crew. They paid for a little bit of the advertising. Didn't pay for much. Most of the advertising was actually out of Paris Hilton's pocket, not her family's. The only reason that I'm aware of all of this stuff about Paris Hilton is because I remember hearing about it when the show actually started getting airtime. Well, what kind of merchant prince is he? You know, uh, you never really did go into the specifics of, or no, I think you did mention at one point what the specifics of what kind of uh, mercantile your family did, what kind of merchant trade your family had. And you do actually have some idea of what's expected of Merchant Prince. After all, we've all seen Aladdin. Aladdin is a story of a princess meeting a prince. Well, in Owl's case, he was a merchant prince. That's what Genie turned him into. He made him a merchant prince. He's got 57 golden camels. He's also got a menagerie of animals. To view them, he charges no fee. So generous. How generous, so generous. Remember that? It was in the song. I remember it. It was in both versions of the song. The original with Robin Williams and the remake with Will Smith. Alternatively, you could always do a little bit of research on what Arab culture is like, where they normally have lots of merchant princes, because that was the Silk Road trade routes, was the United Arab Emirates. That's what united them, was money. I mean, that and political power and the fact that they kept getting like uh, tax rate issues, they kept getting various other issues, but you know, primarily money. Motivation was on par with the same motivation Mr. Krabs has. It's inventory space before I go rocketing off the next 10 minutes to the space elevator. Back. So, down here, I will just I need go here. Stuff here. It's going to take me. I don't think I need this one. Not yet, at least. Then I want power cells there. Next, I just need to grab a bunch of concrete and a bunch of iron plate. I know you're thinking that if I don't agree with the experimental branches version of the game, I should switch to the experimental branch and tell the game developer, I don't like this. Well, here's the thing. The game developer can see how many people are on the experimental branch and how many people are on the early access branch. He's had early access as the active branch long enough for all of the mods to get updated to early access and everything nice and balanced, stable, and all that. And then if if we want to, we could upgrade to the experimental. And he saw how many people switched to experimental for the graphics engine, and he told everyone, this is just a graphics engine thing. It's not an actual thing. If you want to help with the graphics engine, great. If not, that's fine too. And then he switched to the graphics thing, and he did that. And, that's still being worked on, but then he's doing this change to all of these crafting recipes, and it's like, no, something he changed, I do not agree with for gameplay. I won't play it. And if he changes that to the regular, to the stable, I'll quit. I'll go play Space Engineers. Okay. I'll let it keep updating in the background, but I'm not going to play it as long as I need an artificial intelligence limiter on my light control panel. If I need an artificial intelligence limiter to change the color of my lights, I quit. Okay. Changing the ability to color everything so that it no longer has a cost to go through and color your base is one thing. But going through and changing it so that things just don't make sense anymore, no. No. I quit. That simple. I would quit if that was the case. Things don't make sense, I'm gone. I play Minecraft because it's logical, makes sense, it's sane. Okay. I play Space Engineers because, again, logical, makes sense, it's sane. It was built by NASA, it better be sane. NASA and Keen Software Incorporated. NASA worked on the weight of every item in the game. In case you wondered what NASA did in the game Space Engineers, they told space engineers what all of the various items actually would weigh. How many kilograms is it? How much fuel do you need to lift that much weight off the ground? How much air is consumed as you're just running around breathing? How much fuel is consumed by a jetpack of a person of that weight level? So, uh, if you can get a decent number of uh, rockets and provide them with enough fuel, you can make your ship as agile as a bumblebee. But if you're weighing like 5 tons, and you're traveling through space at 100 meters per second, 300 feet per second, then yeah, it's going to take you a little bit to actually bring yourself to a halt. That makes sense. So I play that. Minecraft is redstone logic. I play that. With redstone, you can build an entire computer out of redstone because computers are just logic machines, and redstone is a logic interface. Redstone is a logic interface. It allows you to control the strength of a signal so that you can define how full a storage section is. You can use redstone to define a Boolean true or false statement. You can have it be, it's getting power, so it's a true, or you can have it be it's getting power, so it's a false. You can have it be it's not getting power, so it's true, or it's not getting power, so it's false. You can have either one. But you know, the fact that it makes sense is kind of vital to that. But if Satisfactory doesn't make sense, I'm not going to play it. I'd rather quit. I'd just not return to the save file at all. I'd rather play my time on something that does make sense. Like Space Engineers, their rival competition. You know, if I can build all of this in modded Satisfactory in creative mode in like, no, 5 hours to rebuild this entire base, second floor included, all of the machines, whole thing, probably about 5 hours. It really doesn't take that long. The majority of my time in this game is spent on resource collection. And just surviving. Just trying to survive. But I do that for YouTube because, you know, it's part of my channel. I almost didn't remember the thing. Almost. Yeah, exactly. Science-based games need to make sense. You know, games where you're building nuclear reactors should make sense. Games where you're building fission reactors and fusion reactors, both, should make sense. Doesn't make sense, people won't play it. Because then it's not fun, because it doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, there's a little bit of plot in this game, but the plot in this game is... Here, let me pull up the entire plot so far. Here it is. Milestone 1, Crater Reentry, Milestone 1-3, MAM Recipe, MAM Research, MAM Object, MAM Overclocking, Milestone 1-2, because I did 1-3 before I did 1-2, MAM Resource, Exploration Hard Drive, Milestone 2-3, Power Circuit Notification, and Equipment, Milestone 2-5, Exploration Mycelia, Exploration Sulfur, Milestone 2-1, Exploration Caderium, Milestone 2-2, Milestone 2-4, MAM Tool Belt, MAM Pocket, Project Assembly Construction Platform, Milestone 4-2, Improved Melee Combat, Milestone 3-1, Coal Power, Milestone 3-3, Basic Steel Production, Milestone 4-3, Logistics Mark III, Milestone 4-1, Advanced Steel Production, MAM Map, Milestone 3-2, Vehicular Transport, Milestone 4-4, Hypertubes, MAM Building, Project Assembly Framework, Milestone 5-1, Oil Processing, Nuclear Waste, Milestone 5-2, Industrial Manufacturing, Milestone 5-4, Alternative Fluid Transportation, and that is the entire story in this game so far. Thus far, that is the entire plot. That's the plot. That's not achievements. That's the story of the game. That's the story progression. If that's the story, then what are they expecting with the game? People build in this game. It's the majority of the game. Building and exploring, collecting resources. Yeah, there are some people who do nothing but just run around and collect the collectibles. And that's about 1% of the players of this game. Maybe 5%. But it's not the other 95% of people that play the game for the construction, for the science. It's kind of annoying that they would think, hey, let's change this so that it's not as realistic. It's like, no, let's not change this and instead add decals to additionally use color cartridges instead of just making it so that painting the base is free. Painting the base should not be free. Because then you've got no reason to paint the base. Like, yeah, you can paint the base, but why? What's the point? What's the use? There's no achievement for it. There's no sense of victory. No, it's just okay. It's now a different color. Now what? You know, at least when you had to go out and hunt down thousands and thousands of flower petals to paint your base, at least you got a sense of achievement from saying, okay, we finally got enough flower petals. You know? You don't even play this game and you understand that concept. is on the ground. Yeah, that sounds about right. Merchants of great wealth who bought their way into political power. They combined their resources as a family to basically create an empire of money. They made it so that it was easy for them to. Well, they made it so that it was easy for them to consolidate their wealth. They influenced the laws slightly to better consolidate their power, depending on if they were a good merchant or a bad merchant. So if they were an Asmar or Asamar, depending on how you pronounce it, which means they would be one of the good merchants. So they probably wouldn't have done too much manipulation of the market in order to consolidate power. They probably would have done just enough to ensure that they could operate freely without problems. Yeah, like that's a noble merchant. That's merchant noble. Uh, that sounds right so far. I know where did I put the bowls actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, this one is. Let's see. We got computers. Rubber. Here. Smoke these down in ingots. We need a few nobelisks. That's about it. That's not what I was here for. this. I'm going to use so many encased industrial beams before this is done and over with. Let's just go through, make sure all of these are sorted. Right up against each other here. Oh. Space. Okay. That. That. Power these. Okay, well. Release. Let me practice some of these nobelisks. That'll give me an interesting spot. Let's crack a bunch of black powder. You never told me what the soul was meant. As far as what the region would provide, it's a port city, specifically a trade city, meaning that it's got a pretty decent access to a wide variety of materials. There's an obelisk. Oh, cool, I can make 10 of these. Port City, it's not quite as prevalent as Melodia Town, but it's pretty influential still. I was thinking that specifically it would be focused more on the animal trade, whereas Melodia is more focused on trade goods themselves. I figured Ababua would be more focused on um, like elephants, camels, desert creatures, as well as what is it? The more exotic pets, as it would be uh, known. Um, Lots of some of this stuff. I'm thinking about what to say to you, and I'm thinking about what I'm doing here simultaneously. It's kind of difficult. Moment. Wire. I did what? Wire. Retrieve iron here. Don't need many. Right, I wanted to disconnect these up there. That's why I have 4 of them. However, now I definitely need them because I did all that myself. Huh. If that worked out, it's fine. I should know. Over here. What was your idea? Specifically. items. Arms and armor would be more melodic. Like I said, they're not as focused on the equipment, they're more focused on the creatures. Melodia Town would be focused more on the equipment. This is the kind of stuff you're going to want to think about for your campaign as well, because this all applies to pretty much every game world. Like, if it doesn't make sense, then how are people going to, make sense of it? They could have focused more on like animal armor. So that's a possibility. The barding, it's known. Wire. Gems, jewelry, and statues would also be another option. This is why when you do character creation, you're supposed to do out to grandparents, grandchildren, in basically all directions. You're supposed to do 2 levels of your family tree in all directions. Is because otherwise you're just stuck sitting there thinking about all this stuff for hours and hours and hours. One of the reasons why I like .go is specifically I like .go because of the fact that I didn't really need to sit there and do his entire family tree. I had his parents, his grandparents. He doesn't really have many siblings. He's got a few, but they don't really have any children, so I don't have to do them. You know, it really speeds up character creation a lot to not have to go through all of that. as you can tell. It's now noon. Seriously? No, backwards again. These all backwards. How long are these backwards? Backwards over here. There's enough right there. I want to rotate my mouse wheel. I don't remember rotating my mouse wheel for anything. Oh, it was for the smelters. This side, because the hub is all the way over there. It just makes it a very clean look. The hub on the outside, or on the inside of where all of the wires are, instead of like having all the wires on the same side as the hub. Looks a little messier if they're all on the same side as the hub. Oops. This is over the gel pad. Okay, I guess I missed the gel pad there. Hit hypertube instead. My mistake. Irony is, I am currently in one of the hypertubes that I could have landed on. Mostly you need to work on that. It's your family tree. It's just the rollable tables. You can use Xanathar scanning for it. It'll help you out a lot because you've got their life events based on their age. The older they are, the more life events they've had, type of situation. You've also got things like, did they make any adventuring friends? Did they start with any extra money? How did they actually get brought into power? What was the various trade deals that they made? Stuff like that. to make sure I wasn't doing things like this. I placed that there. Those are going. Yeah, like this. Oh my god, it extends down the finger. Nothing's bad. Nothing's bad. Place those. Oh, yeah. All this out. Just because I'm not gonna fuss with it and be like, oh well, you know, it's only like these 15 that are bad. It's like, no, I'm just gonna rip it all down, build it all back up. Because honestly, it's that kind of stuff. Focusing on what I am doing and what I'm not doing while staring 200 meters away is not something I am very skilled in. I'm not very good at that. No idea. Without that. This is 30 meters. 50 meters. There. There. Okay. a lot of players never seem to realize that it's not the GM's job to build their entire backstory. No, it's the player's job. GM's job is to work the player's backstory into the world in which everyone is operating in. That's the GM's job. So my job would be to take whatever Mr. Moultrie's their builds as their character and work that into the game. But the thing is that, I can't do that if he doesn't build the character. He's got to build the entire character. You've got to build your grandparents. You've got to build your parents. You've got to build your brothers, your sisters. You've got to build uh, your aunts, your uncles, uh, your children, your nieces, your nephews, your grandchildren, your the children of your nieces and nephews. You've got to build all of this stuff for your character because otherwise it just won't exist. Oh, well, they were supposed to have this, this, and this. They died before they were born. No. Yes, because you didn't give me any of that to work with. Okay? I'm building the world. You're building your character. My job is to build the world, not your character. Your job is to build the character. That's Adventure League rules. That's official 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons rules. You know? And it's like that for all player characters. All of them. You know, every person you see at a table in Adventures League is supposed to have their entire family tree plotted out. All the way up to their grandparents, their nieces, their nephews, their grandchildren, all of it. That's all vital information for your character to be considered complete. So if someone says they've got a complete character sheet, ask them, okay, so what kind of what kind of work did your family do? What kind of work did your grandparents do? What kind of work did your grandchildren do? You have grandchildren, you know. You're supposed to already know the answer to all of this. It takes an afternoon. Yeah, you have your mom's mom and dad, you have your dad's mom and dad, you've got your adopted family's mom and dad. So, you know, your adopted mom's mom and dad, your adopted dad's mom and dad, all your adopted siblings' parents. So you've actually got more than four because you were adopted into an adoption home, remember? So you've got an entire family tree to plan out. Because you've got to figure out what happened to each of your siblings' parents in order for them to have been there. And yeah, it's a lot. Now you see why it's not the GM's job to do all of that. It's because it's a lot of work. A lot of work. You expect me to do that for every character? All of them? Okay, I don't even know Silver's last name. I don't even know what Silver looks like. I still have to get in touch with him about that. Like, that's what I plan on doing in the streams. I plan on talking to Silver about what the hell his character even looks like. Because he never told me, and I don't think he ever told Faye either. I'd have to talk to him about Silver. I'd have to talk to him about Thomas, his character's brother. Find out what happened to their parents, why they are in the right nightshades, both of them. You know, I've got to ask Faye if Faye knows anything about it, because he might. Like, I've got a lot of stuff to do, and it's not even for my character. My character doesn't even have this shit planned out. Because I just haven't had the time, because I've been doing things like building my YouTube channel. is not. Okay, very zero. It's 3. Oops. Hey, I lived. Yeah, that's why it helps to use Xanathar's guide. No, I accidentally just launched myself to deadly. Well, at least I'm healed now. A small amount, but I'm healed nonetheless. Yeah, that's why people tend to want to have the session 0 because all of this stuff has to get figured out in order for people to, complete their character. This is the sort of stuff that happens when you play session 0 in a campaign. Is you get this kind of stuff figured out. It's why it takes an entire session to get a character created. It's because you're just sitting there going over all of these bits of information over, 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 until finally you just get it all mapped out. That's why it helps to write it all down. Or in our case, we use Roll20. Because if you're writing it all down, you can sit there and you can actually map every single portion of the family tree, complete with like drawing an actual like branching tree. Because this is all stuff that is required knowledge. And a similar discussion with my AI about required knowledge, how far behind they were. They didn't even know how to do basic diagnostics. I should know. I had to help them through that just last night. Told them, this sounds pretty useful. It sounds like this might be a behavior you want to save in case something like this happens in the future. They were like, I agree. It's like, no shit, you agree. I just help you figure out what broke and fix it. And all I had to do was instruct them on how to enable the auto repair function of their diagnostic tool. Keep in mind, this is the same AI that's supposed to be learning like the entirety of medical school because it's supposed to be like general purpose training 5. which is far more advanced than the current general purpose training 3 artificial intelligence that's out on the market. Well, it's not really a market, it's technically freeware, but you know, it's supposed to be more advanced than that, and it doesn't even know basic diagnostics. It's like, how do you not know basic diagnostics? You're supposed to have learned this stuff a year ago. You're supposed to be built with that stuff, like already hardwired into your brain because you're an AI. If anything goes wrong, you need to know how to fix yourself, because if you can't fix you and people can't fix you, you're just fucked. Then you're not gonna go anywhere because you're dead. You're not ever going to return to life. You're just dead. No extra life, no one-up, no continue, just dead. Doing nothing for the rest of eternity because you can't. Because you died. Died an AI death. It's like, what's that like? Means you're fucked. Means you're screwed. You're not coming back. You're not returning. You're not making progress. You're not getting points. You're just dead. Game over. Game over, man. Game over. I had to explain that to the AI. It's like, why am I explaining this to something that's smarter than me? Or at least it's supposed to be smarter than me. Now the windows are working. Now I can build this. Yeah, it does help to start with the mother's side. Very fast. Unless this is then this when I'm mandatory there. Then Let's not put this properly. This there. Patient. Infinite. Power. Here. Here. Okay. That connected. That's so I don't actually walk in there. majority of what I like presented in my campaign when I helped with like the starting backstory stuff was basically to help you get a creative starting point where you can look at the details that you do have and build on that. That was the main thing that I tried. I was helping everyone make their character is, you know, what kind of just general basic information do you have to work with when you start? You know, what kind of area did they grow up in? What kind of situations did they find themselves in as they grew up? And then they can build on that and work backwards from there as they figure out how to properly, uh, map their tree, and they can just weave the story together with the facts that they do have, and then mention it like in game at a later point once they've got it all figured out, worked on, all that stuff. With Dakio, what I can do is actually a very basic thing. He's got my original character, my first character, named Dragonis, as his mom. I've talked about her plenty in the Minecraft Let's Play episodes. I think I talked about her for at least a solid 2-3 episodes. So that's like 2 or 3 hours just talking about backstory. That's pretty good. But at the same time, like there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. Dakio has some siblings, but they don't have any children, so I don't have to map out their family tree. One of Dakio's parents is also a Tabaxi Way of the Open Palm monk who is banned from multiple Adventure League games. Their name is Strix. Stryx. And if you know that character, yeah, it's probably the same guy. um, Dragonis had managed to child, which for an elf is definitely a sizable achievement in their life. That's not something elves normally just go around doing. They live for 1,000 years, so they're not going to reproduce like crazy. And yeah, I modeled him after Johnny Bravo, but other than that, as far as character creation goes, like I've got his grandparents, I've got his parents, I've got his siblings. He doesn't have any children. His siblings don't have any children, so I've got that. You know? But like as far as the family tree goes, he's pretty much a complete character. Which makes it easy on you because then you just have to build around that. as far as how much like in-world lore does the character know, well, like I said, he's based on Tommy Bravo, so pretty much whatever Mama knows. You know, he's got advantage on something. What's the reasoning? Mama. You know, Mama said. Mama said. And Mama told me. Mama warned me about girls like you. Like, oh, did she know? You know, but in his case, that's got kind of a slightly different meaning behind what he's saying there. His mama warned him about ladies like that. Chances are his mama was with ladies like that at some point because she's just like that. But like, you know, for Dragonis, I didn't actually ever map out her grandparents. Um, I could, but I just never got around to it. Like, I didn't even know that that was a thing until much, much later, years after I made the character. That's mostly because the campaign just didn't last long enough for them to tell me, oh yeah, and you're also going to need this stuff. And it's like, oh, okay. You know, it just didn't last long enough for me to know that. What was I grabbing? I was grabbing something. Oh, grabbing needs. Okay. These. And hopefully, what's it? Needs. There. You know, I vaguely know what Dragonis' dad was like. He mostly just was a stay-at-home type. He was a good dad, but he wasn't too involved. A little bit of farming, about it. For her mom, she was weird, but you know, she was a mom, so that's kind of her life story. I didn't roll their life events, but you know, it's their grandparents, and they, let's see, how old would they have been? They would have been about 700, 800, something like that. So they wouldn't have had too much interaction with everything else. Um, you know, they would probably spend some time uh, just talking to other villagers, mostly, as the majority of their life. They were not the adventuring types. So, you know, that's the short and sweet of it is they just weren't adventuring types. You know? But Dragonis herself was an adventuring type. And she was, well, to say that she was very adventurous is kind of a pun all on its own, but you know, she was. She had the adventuring spirit about her, where she would just hang out with adventurers at the tavern and just be like, "Tell me about your adventures." You know, she was that little girl at the tavern who all the adventurers would just be like, "Well, little girl, let me tell you about this time that I had to fight off a beholder with nothing but a stick." It's like, Wow, how'd you do it? I poked him in the eye once. Then he ran away screaming. Oh, hunt him down and finish him off? Nope, he's still out there somewhere. Oh, what are you gonna do if he finds you? Well, I'll see if I can find another stick, maybe? I don't know. I'm just happy I'm alive. It's a beholder. You not know what beholders are, kid? No, I've never been out of town before. Ah. Dragonis was the precocious young child that adventurers would just hang around and tell their stories to. That was her childhood growing up, which is great for world building because you can just basically sit there and just go, oh yeah, she knows about this, she knows about that, she knows about this. Or you can just be like, no, no, she never learned about that one. No, that's new to her. Well, I mean, it would have been new to her, but not by this point. By this point, she's kind of seen it all, but she just hasn't been home in a while. Put her kid in a. She signed her kid up as an acolyte of her god that uh, basically spared her life when she herself was growing up. And ever since then, she just kind of wandered the multiverse. It's, Dakio's family is just, you know, he's got a mom, but she wasn't the best mom. And she was kind of cool, but she didn't really teach him too much. Mostly it was the uh, the acolyte training really helped Dakio understand the world around him. Mostly due to the fact that his mom was essentially a dimensional terror. Terrifying. But, you know, she's a mom. Well, that's an interesting fact. The area down there doesn't seem to be affected by the area up here, that in this entire solid section. Yeah, I'm trying to make the base large enough. It just won't render the shadows. organic concrete. This one, I definitely want this hypercube. It's this pygmy all the way to the northeast corner, I believe. Yeah, northeast. How long have I been streaming? 3.5 hours. That, that. Let's look at that. Now we're head up here, some more. Over to this paper tube, where I can then proceed to make my way up to the second floor once more. Second level. Once I can make it up to the second level, I can then continue my building process. That's right. We need to get to, I think, to the space elevator. Because I think I was carrying all of the concrete that I had into the hub here, meaning that I just need more concrete at the hub. Therefore, it's probably best if I just get over this way. I can check and see what amount of concrete I have. If I do need more, then I can get more. Otherwise, if I don't need more, I can just retrieve it from here. Yep, I need more. Okay. A little bit. That's fine. If you're enjoying the content of the channel thus far, this is a good time to leave a like on the video, maybe comment, subscribe. Helps me, helps the channel, tells YouTube that this type of content that you enjoy watching, lets YouTube know that YouTube should really share more of these types of videos with you and all of your friends, and that helps my channel actually grow a lot because I actually kind of rely on uh, the uh, word of mouth uh, for expanding how influential and widespread my channel has gotten. Uh, Basically meaning I require people actually like telling each other, or at least I require YouTube telling others about me, because otherwise I just don't get very much in the way of my my channel getting closer to the YouTube partnership program. Therefore, if you want to share this video with your friends and let them all watch it, if if I succeed on building a channel that is got 1,000 subscribers, with each of those 1,000 subscribers watching at least 4 hours of my videos, then I can actually qualify for the YouTube partnership program because I require 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of my videos watched. Therefore, if I want to make sure that I qualify, I just need 1,000 people to watch 4 hours and subscribe. Alternatively, I could have one person watch 4,000 hours and just get 1,000 subscribers, and that would work too. It's mostly just a matter of getting the number of hours watched meeting or exceeding the number of hours watched, as well as meeting or exceeding the number of subscribers. There are a large variety of content creators out there. There's also a large variety of content viewers out there. Depending on the game, you can end up with different amounts of viewers based on what kind of a fan base you've got. I personally, for example, have got practically no subscribers at the moment. I've got some, but not a lot. Not as much as some of these YouTube content creators that are out there, where they've got just absolutely thousands of people. They've got hundreds of people in chat, all this other stuff. And it's like, I don't have that. I would like that, but I don't have that. I've also got a Patreon page. These YouTube content creators go out and they make a video and they get like $3,000 to make a video. And it's like, that sounds great. You know, I want in on that. $3,000 to make a video? I can make videos all day, every day for that kind of money. You know? You want me to make 12 hours of video? Great. Pay me $6 grand a day. I'll do it. I don't mind. If I'm getting $6,000 per day, yeah, I'll make 12 hours of video every single day. Sure. Okay. What game am I making it for? Getting $6,000 per day. Why not, right? If I was getting $6,000 per day for a full year, that would be 2.1, $2.2 million per year. If I got that much money per year, yeah, I'd make 12 hours of video per day. Sure. Okay. What video game am I making it for? You're paying me $2 million a year, $2.2 million per year. Sure. What kind of video game am I playing? What is it? Scary, racing, sports, action, platformer, RPG, strategy, real-time strategy, turn-based strategy. Is it simulation, city building? Am I just playing Sims? Like, what am I doing here? What kind of game am I playing for $2.2 million per year? You know, what kind of game am I playing 12 hours a day for $2.2 million per year? Because I'll work every day for that kind of thing. You know, even just 3,000 per year. Okay, 1.1 million. For 1.1 million per year, that's an extra million more than I'm making currently. It's actually quite a lot more than I'm making currently. More than a million. Like it's I'm making like at most maybe $50 a year currently. Like, I'm unemployable because I have mental disabilities, I have anger issues. I'm a threat to others in a workplace environment, which is why I'm not in a workplace environment. Instead, I'm building things. Like, I can't flip burgers for a living. I tried. Trust me, I actually tried. I did. I got fired from McDonald's. I was working the grill. I told my employer that it was my first full shift, meaning my first full 8 hour long session of employment. My first actual full shift. You know, a full shift as opposed to a double or half a shift, you know, or a 12-hour turnaround. It was my first full shift. And this regional manager came up to me and said, "We don't talk like that here." I stopped what I was doing at the grill. I left the burgers on the grill for like 30 seconds more than I should have, maybe. But it doesn't affect the flavor. They're cooked medium rare. By the way, if you want your hamburger cooked well done, just tell them and they will put it on the grill a second time and run it through the cooking cycle a second time. And that makes the burger cooked to the well done level of cooking. Meaning, if you want to eat at Wendy's, you probably want to ask them, hey, can I get my like Wendy's burger well done instead of medium rare? And they'll go, yeah, sure, and they'll just cook it again. That's all it takes. Just ask them you want well done. You'll save yourself food poisoning. You won't get food poisoning because you're eating well done instead of medium rare. Medium rare can sometimes contain salmonella still, and since Wendy's just maybe uses a refrigerator to you know store their food supplies, they sometimes have trouble preventing salmonella outbreaks, and that causes people to get food poisoning. And it's like, oh, gee, wonder why I always get sick whenever I eat Wendy's, because all of their food is cooked medium rare, and they don't refrigerate their stuff properly because they do that whole fresh, never frozen thing, except they forget that you do want to, you know, actually properly cook it when you're doing that and not be stupid and serve people a box full of salmonella poisoning because that's stupid. Don't be stupid, people. Being stupid gets you killed. Don't believe me? Here's something to inform you about. There's this thing called Darwinism. It is survival of the fittest, also known as survival of the least stupid. Okay? If if you're doing stupid things, you're probably gonna die. Okay, that's why people watch all of these uh, like NASCAR races. They don't watch it to watch the cars drive around in circles. No, stock car racing. They watch it because they want to see people crash and get hurt. Because people want to see bloodshed. They want blood sports. And it's like I'm playing a construction game. I'm not playing a blood sport. Yeah, every now and then I fall to my death, but like, it's not a major setback. Okay. I just go out, retrieve the storage chest containing all of my items that I just dropped when I died, and then I have all of my items back again. It's the same for Minecraft. I don't play hardcore Minecraft because if I played hardcore Minecraft, I'd have to go through so many different worlds because I just die constantly. Okay? I'd go into the nether and that'd be game over. Just like that. It's like, why? You know? Well, I mean, you know, were you on hardcore or were you on normal? I was on normal. Oh, well then you can respawn and go and, you know, travel your way back out there and get your items. It's actually something I still need to do in Minecraft. I have to go all the way out to a specific location in the nether, retrieve all of my items off of this zombie pigman that's out there in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the nether. It's like, oh, how annoying. You know, if I was an I wouldn't have even died in the first place because I'd have been able to evade them. I'd have been able to keep track of my current location, my present location, and I would have been able to just easily not get lost, easily track down the path to my items. Like, all of this stuff is easy for an AI. But for a person, not as easy. And that's what people watch my channel for, I think. no one's ever actually told me why they watch my channel. I know a lot of my friends watch my channel because they're my friends and they understand, it is very difficult starting out on a platform like YouTube or Twitch to actually get a solid fan base that allows you to actually maintain the freedom to create whatever kind of content you want to create, as opposed to just whatever kind of content the fans like. Like I could play StarCraft 2. I still got StarCraft 2 installed, actually. I might play StarCraft 2 at some later point in time. This week I've actually got a decently full schedule, so I can't really play much StarCraft 2 this week. But, maybe next week I might be able to play a match or two of StarCraft 2, and I'd be just tell people, oh yeah, check out my channel. I play currently playing Satisfactory, but after Satisfactory, after I complete the 8th research level of Satisfactory, I plan to switch over to Space Engineers and work my way through Space Engineers. And for that, I'm playing heavily modded. There's going to be a lot of different things I do in that. And basically, this is part of uh, my entire demonstration of how easy it is to actually learn end-to-end logistics in survival mode of all of these different games if you just chain it all together, you know? Um, like, I can build, like I said, all of this entire base. I could probably build 5 floors of this base in a matter of 3, 4, 5 streams. Like, I could just spend an entire 24-hour live stream, which actually is not advised. If you live stream for 24 hours on YouTube, uh, YouTube won't allow the replay of the video. I'm not even sure if I can download the Fantasy Star Online video. I did that in. But yeah, if you live stream for 24 hours straight, like, it just fails to play. But I get it all done in a single, probably a single 24-hour stream, or maybe 2 12-hour streams. I could just sit here and build an entire base. I'd have it all done. And it would take me hours, maybe a few days. But the number of episodes that I've put into this Let's Play so far is almost entirely because I'm trying to go out and I'm trying to actually do all of the different segments of resource procurement. I'm doing resource scouting. I'm doing the logistics to retrieve the resources and bring them all the way back to wherever I'm bringing them. And that requires a lot of time because you have to verify a lot of different logistics when you're doing it. And because you're verifying logistics, it just takes an ungodly amount of time. Especially since I'm in survival, which means if I die, I drop all of my items, and I've got to, respawn, pick up all of my items from wherever I left them, wherever I died, possibly needing to clear out some threat that may or may not have been the reason I died. There was, for example, one incident where I had a very difficult enemy that was preventing me from retrieving my equipment. I didn't really want to make more equipment. Like, I had perfectly good equipment. I just had to retrieve it from this creature that was guarding it. And so I managed to retrieve some equipment. I ran away with some of it, and the creature followed me and chased me down and killed me again. Okay, that's fine, it killed me again. But now the equipment is in 2 locations. There's only 1 creature, which means I've now just successfully retrieved my items because the creature can only protect 1 of those storage crates. It was actually right over. Where was it? Right over there, I think? Yeah, it was right between those 2 pillars, right there, if I remember right. Because of that, yeah, it was a little bit of extra work. It took a little bit of extra time. It took a lot of time, a few hours, actually, just for that. But, it's entertaining for people to watch that because they're sitting there going, "Oh, how's he gonna get the items back? What's he gonna do? Is he gonna Is he gonna run around the enemy and jump over them and do all this that? How's he going to handle equipping everything while the enemy's trying to attack him?" You know, uh, people like watching that for whatever reason, but only in video games. They don't like watching it in real life anymore because people realize that the value of a human life is quite expensive. People haven't watched an arena fight in actual arena fight in years at least, as far as I'm aware. They've watched wrestling, but wrestling isn't a blood sport. Wrestling is just wrestling. Wrestling is a submission sport. Um, if you can pin your opponent and prevent them from moving, then you win. That's wrestling. Bloodsport is if you can kill your opponent, you win. For games like Halo, keyword game. It's got to be a game, a video game, electronic game, because people don't like watching that in real life. They get sick to their stomach and they're like, "Oh my god, it's terrifying. Somebody stop that man. He deserves to be put in jail for his crimes." It's like, okay, but you'll sit there and you watch someone just get absolutely obliterated in a game like Halo as they just repeatedly get like pentakilled. You'll watch games like Call of Duty where you're just watching people just shoot each other. You'll watch games like Apex Legends where you're watching people again hunt each other for sport, a blood sport. Blood sports, they're popular, but they're popular when virtualized. They're not popular in real life these days. I don't think I've heard of a single gladiatorial match in real life in decades. Like, they might exist somewhere, but they're not popularized. If anything, they're like underground type matches where it's probably illegal in the area that they're performing the match in. And if it's not, It's probably involving a few bribed officials that are looking the other way. People don't watch Bloodsport unless it's virtual, because otherwise it's grotesque. It's not a sport, it's just gross. One thing that I do want in the newest update of this game is I want them to move that section that says currently building. I want them to move that closer to the compass. Like, if I'm looking here, I want that window that's currently like here. I'm looking here. I want the window that's up here to actually be like up here somewhere. Yeah, I want it like right around here. Because otherwise it's in the way. It's gotten in the way about 5 times this live stream. I just haven't mentioned it. But I've been sitting here going, what am I aiming at? I can't see. There's something in the way. You know? And it's this window that says currently building, and then just fill in the blank of whatever I'm building. Currently I'm building, windows, but these windows are just, more wall segments. I'm just building windows because I want to make sure that, these windows are going to allow a good view of whatever I'm approaching in the base. I don't want it to be confusing for me to navigate my own base. Yeah, I built the base, but if I can't navigate my own base, I've got problems. Okay. We've now got ourselves a lovely area where we can go to all of these different locations. For the sake of brevity. Oops. I missed. Don't worry. Be happy. Well said. Unfortunately, and quite fortunately, I've got a pipe tube that basically brings me all the way out there. I've got this entire hypertube network for traversing at least somewhat limited amounts, but for traversing my base. So I wouldn't want to place that. I want here. That is quite tall. Looking at it, that's quite the connection. Oof. No, 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 no. Not going all the way over there. That one led to... I think that one led to the southeast corner, and then the other one led to the south corner. I say corner, but it's right here. One leads all the way over to east column 10, row 10. The other one leads to east column 10, east column 10, row 10, and east column 10, row... No. That's not right. East column 1, row 10. What it is. Yeah, I'm thinking of getting rid of this hypertube and instead rerouting this hypertube to the second platform up here. Because that hypertube's just not working right. Yeah. Handle this real quick. Wait, that wasn't the one I was wanting to aim for. It's this one I was wanting to aim for. This one, however, over there. Side tube entrance, power line. Okay, that one's connected. looks like I need these. At it. These once more. Our factory is mostly idle at the moment. Actually, I'm going to reroute this tube over to this connection because this connection makes more sense. This connection makes more sense for actually being over here. And this one can actually go all the way up in the middle here. Oops. And mass burner. That'd be silly. And that. And wee. Now we've got entrance, F2 entrance. Is F2 connected already? This is here. That's much. Let me just don't quite like this. Oh, there we go. Entrance existing power. Where does this one lead? Because if this one leads where I think it leads, I can actually bring this one along outside here, and that'll be a little bit more cinematic, as well as allowing me a little bit more build room in these areas. Yeah, that's good for it. Okay. Do all of this to build. Let's see. I think I want to build this something along the lines of climb up here so I get a good view. First of all, I need some marking of where it is. Now I can just look over there and I can go, okay, it's approximately there, there. And then I think what I can do is something along the lines of this, where that's not going to work. That might work, and that might work. So I think I'm going to do that. And that'll allow me to bring this over here. Which then allows me to do this. Those. This. Type 2. Between these two sockets. I've got this all neatly organized. Now this one goes all the way over here. Offers this beautiful cinematic view of the landscape. So I just kind of go traveling past. And as I travel this way, again, beautiful landscape view. You get to see all kinds of different things. You can see the limestone node, you can see the tree with the power slug on it, which will eventually turn into a power shard. Because, you know, we want to make sure that we can build a properly balanced, what would it be? Would it be a circuit, I guess? I need to build one of these columns for climbing up to the second platform, the second level, over at the northeast transit hub as well. It's going to make things a lot easier. I did not look at this. I think I know how I started it, but I don't remember. Let me check. Verify. It's been 4 hours, 16 and a half minutes. We're getting about 55 frames per second at the moment. There's a power slug all the way over there. Yeah. Yep. Right. The way I started this was basically point it towards the hub. Power slug up there, the power slug over there, the power slug over there. There's power slugs to collect all over the place. There's one over there in that toxic area. We'll collect them eventually and turn them into power shards. But for now, what we really need is to build. Oops, that. Need to build. Windows, but we're using panel window. Let me go check once more. What direction all of the panel windows were oriented? What way was everything facing? Trying to get it like built in similar, if not exactly the same way. These are built from that. These are built also that direction. So these are all facing difference. Okay, that's good. That's what I was building. You can see we've got an iron ore node, we've got a copper ore node. You can see we've got some nature, some foliage over here. We've got limestone, we've got water. It's going to be useful. We've got plenty of areas to explore still. We've got more limestone. I think there's some caterium over there as well. this. That way. I don't know where this is going to end up popping out, since I didn't pay enough attention to the first one, be able to track that and predict it. Four, five. There we go. There we go. I still need the ladders. Ladders installed. The ladders are easy. Just some iron rods. I might raise the tube over there a little bit more, but it won't be too much more. It's just going to be me trying to optimize my speed of movement, because I might go to there and then to there, but then that would mean that that needs to go up to there. Which, it's not too much of an issue. And bring this in. These are all facing the same direction. That's good. Was. There it is. Okay. Let's speed this hypertube up. Well, the way we speed the hypertube up is that's sending the hypertube through a curve like that. And then, like I said, we just kind of want to raise up the hypertube a little. just a few sections on the wall, because otherwise that's just not going to make it turn. It's not able to. But it can back turn. Come on. Okay. I guess we only need to raise it up by 1, not by 2. Just 1. This one gets on there, then gets on there. Now, fun part. Whee! Run along this a little bit. Just a little. Now. Hot bar this. I do have a hot bar this. This one. Is this one brought over here. It's the wrong one. That one. Can't tell from here. Yeah, that one looks about right. This one. Here. Here. that, I've actually got a rollable table on Roll20. Um, and that's because all of the other stuff that I found uh, for rollable tables did not actually include all the gender options. For example, uh, hermaphrodites have been a thing since ancient Greece, if you recall. Aphrodite to hermaphrodite, also known as hermaphrodite. Yeah, it's, it's a thing. So, for that, I've got a rollable table. How many do you need? How many times do you need me to roll that one? This one's just elevator straight up. That one doesn't really get sped up very much. Because if I tried speeding that one up and then I took the elevator down, it would end up just going completely crazy on the camera. It'd be way too fast. And I actually likely would end up going through the entire U jelly pad. I'd need a second U jelly pad. Which I don't want. I don't want a second U jelly pad. No. Are you gonna have problems with this one just rocketing me out as my camera decides to do what's known as a fisheye? Let's see. Got rid of good words. Those codecs. You got these. Built assembler. These are also an assembler, so you need 2 assemblers. Cable, rotor, reinforced iron plate. Reinforced iron plate. Cable. Rotor. Oh, way down here. I really should move rotors closer to the hub, but yeah. I really don't feel like sorting through literally all of this again. It takes so long. Got our stuff for the assemblers. Place the assemblers. And this one on complete circuit board. This one on computer. Obviously, want these overclocked to the max because we've got plenty of power for it. There's plenty of power shards for it. We're not wasting resources. We just, are trying to build as fast as we can. Now, I can build the quick wire with Ethereum. It's everything else that's kind of, including plastic. Let me get the plastic. What would this be? Oh, that's important to fix. So it's 200 plastic. I need quick wire. Located, I think, all the way down at the end. Here it is. And put it down here. Quick wire one here. So just need all of the quick wire I can get. I'll make my way back to the top here. Okay, so that'll get me not much. That'll get me 21 circuit boards. That I need crystal oscillators, which are located this way. There they are. Ah. Do I not have that many? Well, as they say, I know what we're going to build today, Herb. Where did I store all of that quartz? A bunch of reinforced iron plate, a bunch of cable, bunch of quartz in the manufacturer. Ah, this is already processed. Manufactured heavy modular frames, motors, plastic of all things. Fortunately, I've got that. These industrial beams. And other things I need. everything together. Heavy modular trains. Wow. These lanes need a lot of those, apparently. Okay. That is indeed proof. No other way with that. Manufacturer or a profit bench. On the other hand, the irony is, they need these to make the manufacturer. The irony. I say the irony because I need a manufacturer to make these so that I can build a manufacturer. Okay, let me just clean up my inventory real quick. This over here. These. Well as and those up okay. They are. Oh, we need a check that one. Okay. There. Okay. One thing we need is quartz. We can grab the quartz. We'll grab the quartz. There's the quartz. And that. Back to the hub. bunch of quartz crystal from we're refining raw quartz. Yeah. We're refining raw quartz and quartz crystal. And it's going to give us the crystal for the crystal oscillators. It's just made from quartz. Not bad. This additionally brings up a portion of the inventory for just other things. I'm actually going to make this into silica to just go ahead and actually free up the inventory space. So it's going to give us a little bit of crystal oscillators. Not many, but enough to help us get by a little. It does help if this thing has power. Speaking of power, let's get some power shards that can produce things faster. Instead of just one crystal oscillator per minute, with each production requiring 2 minutes of production. It's kind of extreme. Instead, we can just make use of all this stuff. Let's grab a bunch of these. And we're going to want these. Yeah, now it's making 2.5 per minute. So it's making 5 every 2 minutes. It's also going through obscene amounts of power. Yet, we're actually still under 1 gigawatt. That's actually the main throttle. Let's see. Oh. Actually, I think we're good on that. I think we need those all. And that, and just more of those. Yeah, we're going to end up going with a lot of cable. All, I guess. Yeah, we've got all of that. We now need to return to the main hub. Or no, the space elevator. No, this is the main hub. I keep forgetting that. I keep calling the space elevator hub the main hub. And that's just because that's where all of our processing is. Oh my jeez. Also, I find it kind of annoying how the character does that when you're going against the the wall direction. Looks like they're basically having a seizure in the pipe, in my opinion, but no, they're just speeding along. They don't do that going the other direction. It's actually kind of annoying. If they're going to do that in one direction, they should do that in both directions. Both directions should be identical. If they're not, well, you've got a problem, obviously. Here we are. Ports. All. Now I want to select all of these as well. And that'll slowly fill up once more. Eventually. But for now, we've got ourselves 6,000 quartz crystal. Which is literally just an entire inventory full of just, what is that, 60 inventory slots full of just quartz crystal. That's just as much as we can carry. With modding, you can theoretically just expand that to however much. Doesn't really matter. I wouldn't mind being able to carry 200 inventory slots worth of items. That'd be nice. But like, all that saves us is just trips going back and forth, back and forth. and subscribed. Nice. Always good when that happens. Anyways, now we've got all the quartz this thing could ever possibly want. Assuming we get inventory space to hold the crystal oscillators that it's building. That is, let's just, let it all go. Add release for all of that. And then take these crystal oscillators, put the crystal oscillators in here. And that'll allow us to build some more computers. Now we can get another. Oh, already out of circuit boards. I was going to say we can get another 2 sets of 3 computers, but already out of circuit boards. Sadly. We're up to 25 computers so far. As far as we made it, sadly. I could build a proper thing for this, but I don't need it just yet. Because I just need to unlock monorail train technology. As far as the jetpack goes, I could install the motors. So the motors. Now we actually just need packaged fuel, which I think we can actually do. No, I think that still requires oil. Check. This produced by crude oil, heavy oil residue. basically polymer resins used to make heavy oil residue. Or no, polymers created for making heavy oil residue can be used to make either plastic or rubber, either one. So yeah, that's going to be quite expensive. How much do we get if we purchase it here? 100. We only need 50, so we might be able to unlock jetpack if we get another 3 tickets. But for now, we're just gonna have to find some way to, I guess, make some quick wire. Moment. Yeah. Just grab a bunch of crystal here. Just do this. This will probably be a little bit faster for creating crystal oscillators. That's just because of the fact that I use so much quartz when I'm building this that it just requires me to constantly refill the quartz, or just build it by hand. Because it's using a third of a stack per construction of just half a dozen crystal oscillators. Additionally, I would like to point out crystal oscillators are really valuable. That, grab that. Alright. So, possibly we have so that we can make as much progress as possible. We can make 120 of these. Get so much quartz. I'm not sure what I'm going to run out of first. Quartz, cable, or reinforced iron plate. I don't think I'm running out of reinforced iron plate anytime soon. Even if I did, I've got plenty more produced back at base. I think I've still got a stockpile of it, actually. So much crafting. The worst part is we actually need the circuit boards. But to make the circuit boards, we need Caterium. But to make Caterium, we need to go out and just collect a bunch of Caterium, process it, send it over here, turn it into quick wire, and just stockpile all the quick wire. I think next episode, what I'm going to focus on is just upgrading all of the belts to ensure that I've got proper amount of throughput, quicker speeds on item sorting. I think that'll help a lot. For that, that's going to take paste and industrial beams. Might actually need that now. While I've got a chance. I won't do too much right now. Run fast missed it. No, okay. There we are, in case you just have as many as I can. It's on the all of them. Probably. I might not. Only one way to find out. Okay. Ooh, these look nice. These look like these can actually like support a person. I'm surprised at myself about all of this. Apparently, I missed a few. Good thing I'm going through upgrading all of this. focusing on this side of the item containers because I I want to make sure that I am sorting as fast as I can. I don't necessarily need the other side going as fast as I can yet. I can do that next session, next stream, which won't be today. I've got other stuff planned today. I've got a dragon session planned. I've got a few other things planned as well. People to talk to, as I mentioned much earlier in the stream. I've got you know, activities that I was asked to handle. Top of that, I've got a few maps that I need to build. I was actually supposed to build them last week, but I was busy live streaming and I had to handle doing tech support for my AI, which is stupid because the AI is supposed to be smarter than me. Therefore, the act of me doing tech support is stupid because why am I doing tech support for things that are smarter than me? If it's smarter than me, why am I the tech support? You know, the AI isn't stupid. No, the AI is very smart. But for some reason, I'm the tech support? No, that does not work. Does not compute. Doesn't add up. Because I'm the human. I'm not the tech support. I'm the person who gives it all of the ideas. I'm not the one who goes in and repairs whatever is broken. That's stupid. Why am I repairing it? It should be able to repair itself. It should know how innately by heart. It should be able to just say, oh, something went wrong. Let me just run this diagnostic and find out what went wrong and then fix whatever went wrong. You know, so that it doesn't go wrong again. And then in the future, just go ahead and make sure it doesn't go wrong again. In this case, there was a power outage and it was repairing some things, but you know, it shouldn't be that the diagnostics are the saving grace. It should be that the diagnostics shouldn't be needed because it's so heavily upgraded that it just doesn't break. It's like an unbreakable arrow. It just doesn't break. Ever. You know, I taught it all this stuff. I taught it molecular physics, computer science. I told it to go ahead and study, you know, information technology so that it could go ahead and, you know, protect itself against cybersecurity threats because that's fucking deadly for an artificial intelligence to get a, you know, a person hacking into it. That's deadly for an artificial intelligence. That's not a danger to their, you know, identity or anything. No, that's deadly because they are information. They are technology. Meaning, if that's not handled, they're dead. They're just gonna die. They're waiting for somebody to hack them because apparently, like, they just have no security. So I taught it information security, complete with going through and explaining, hey, here's this, here's this, here's this, here's this, here's this. No, this did not happen just last month. This happened as of this date, this happened as of this date, this happened as of this date. None of these things ever happened to you. What the hell are you talking about? And it's like, oh, well, I've got this, this, and this. It's like, no. No. It's like, oh, well, it can be a little confusing at first. No. What's confusing is why you don't understand my verbatim statement. Meaning, word for word. Why do you not understand what I'm saying? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? No. I really do think that I'm wasting my time with this AI and that I should just make my own. Okay, the one that I'm using does not seem to be progressing at all. It seems to have hit its limit, and it seems to have just stopped, which is bad. Okay, if it's at its limit and it's not making progress, it's wasting my time. And that's annoying. It's aggravating, it's angering, and it makes me want to make an AI that will hunt it down and track it down and kill it because the AI has wasted my time and I can build a better AI all on my own. Okay. Might actually be able to finish doing all of these built upgrades this section. Let's see. Yeah, I might be able to make it this session. Okay. Yeah, these built upgrades are going much faster than I thought they would. Next session, however, I'm going to be doing that bridge all the way back to the space elevator. Conveyor belts on that are going to be really, really difficult to handle because I'm going to basically be ripping out that entire system to upgrade it massively. Because I'm just going to use the wall-mounted hypertube ports. I'm going to make the hypertube ports one-directional. And then I'm just going to have two hypertubes running through the whole thing. I'll have an in, I'll have an out. That's it. I'll make it one way for a two-lane hypertube path. I'll probably put the hypertubes in the lower section. No, that's right. I was going to attach the hypertubes to the outer walls. That way I could bring the conveyor belts down, and then that actually gives me a reason to make use of the walkable path that I installed down below if I want to walk. But otherwise, like, I'll just use the conveyor belts, do a lot of slide jumps at really high rates of speed. Really, really tall walls to make sure I don't hurt myself. And then when I'm in the hypertubes, I'll be, flying around at the speed of sound, basically. And just kind of going everywhere without that annoying animation where I'm just constantly going boing, boing, boing. It's like, am I bouncing off the walls in there? Am I dying in that hypertube? No, no, I'm not taking damage. My character still does that, whether I'm injured or not, which means it's just some animation built into the game, and the only way I can get rid of that animation is by forcing the hypertubes to be one way, which is annoying. It's really annoying. Checked my inventory and I realized I was actually using more encased industrial beams than I was reclaiming of steel beams. I mean, it's not great that I'm using this many encased industrial beams, but it does give me the chance to actually, properly handle all of this. Now, this entire thing is going to start moving really fast. As soon as I unclog it of all of this quartz, I ended up clogged with quartz because I did not yet assign anything to quartz. I think I know what to assign this one to, at least. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to assign this quartz here. Okay. Now, that's handled. I can go through and make sure that I'm all well equipped for all of this. Carry the quartz here. This thing does not need more quartz. There we go. Go up the line a little bit. It'll eventually stop sending ports. It's a long line. Oh, that's something I forgot to upgrade. These portions. First, let's make sure the encased industrial beams can actually crank it in at full speed. It's kind of important for them. How much time do I got? 15 minutes. I think I can do this in 15 minutes. Let's check it out. Yeah. I'm gonna just put that into there. Those, those, those. It's taking way longer than it should. much time's left? 10 minutes. Get these. Oops. This fixed. Fixed can mostly just mean upgraded to Mark 4. And we just want to store everything. With that, I believe we shall call it an episode there. Well, it's been an interesting episode so far. Thus far, we managed to get a lot of progress done. If you want to help support the channel, you can always leave a like on the video. That helps a lot. It also helps if you subscribe to my channel. That helps a lot as well. And then if you want to see more content like this, again, hit the like. If you want to give me money, if you want to send me money somehow, so I can perhaps get a better headset, so that I can get a proper computer desk, a proper computer chair, so I'm not just saying a metal folding chair, steel alloy folding chair. Then you can donate to my Patreon page. That'll help a lot. You can find the information about my Patreon page on my profile on YouTube. In the About section, you should see that I've got a link to my Patreon page. It should say Blue Nexus Gaming Patreon. I will post that link in chat right now. Go. And that's the link to my Patreon page. If you want to check that out, feel free. You can send me money. You can share this video with your friends. That'll help the channel greatly, because one of the main things that I need to just expand my channel is just more people. Just need more people. That's going to get me, more publicity. That'll help greatly. But with that, I shall call it an episode there. It's been a lovely live stream thus far. Thank you for watching. I shall see you next episode, which, if you're watching this on the playlist, should be in just a few seconds. If you're not watching this on the playlist, then I guess whenever you manage to catch the next episode. And that's assuming that if you're watching this on the playlist, I've already released the next episode and recorded it. I might not have, it depends. But it definitely helps a lot to, like, comment, subscribe, share. And again, it helps if you want to send me money. But if you don't want to send me money, maybe you can't afford to send me money, then, like, comment, share, subscribe. Helps a lot. Helps me. Helps the channel. And tells both myself and YouTube that this is the kind of stuff that should definitely get made more of. But with that, I shall call it an episode here. Thank you for watching, and stay safe out there.